say 7 on. Because it's that one.
Yeah. So that was our first racer.
Tracer, step 41 on course.
Our first racer is on course.
5 in, copy. Forerunner times are 51:04
Dallas.
and 52:51.
Oh, for Kevin, thank you. Not a very good flight today.
And you can see
Yeah, I'll be
we've
out
got
of here in just 1
intermediates.
second. Just getting our radar guys.
Show up there.
Intermediate time.
Darianne's approaching the finish. Her first intermediate was 20 seconds. Our second racer, Hazel Fernley
Looking for timing
from
and
Steamboat Springs, is on course.
Go for announcer.
Do you have a radio there set up on channel 6 for radar speed?
We do, but it was not on channel 6. It is now.
Copy that.
Hazel's intermediate is 20 seconds, 0.69.
Then we usually say, and that's Hazel Fernley from Steamboat Springs Whittle Sports Club. So,
Do you have the time? Do you need the time?
51 coming in, 53 coming out.
Her speed was 51 miles an hour coming in, 53 coming out of the speed gate. Our third racer, Reagan Chandler, from Telluride, is on course.
53 miles, 51 going in, 53 going out.
a lot of going. That's good. Thanks. That's our hand.
Looks like Reagan's got a pretty fast time, fastest so far, 19.9.
Keep your channel open.
3-3 is on. The last finisher is 4-5.
Here she comes in the final stretch.
54 miles an hour.
She had a fast time, 54 miles an hour through the speed trap.
You didn't get a hand time yet?
Our next racer, Ruthie Demino
What about
from
the start?
Summit, is on course.
5-2 on, 3 in.
Ruthie's intermediate time is 20.65 seconds.
Timing to finish, when you guys get a chance, if you can give me the hand time for the first racer, bib 4-1.
Ruthie's carrying some speed, headed towards the finish. Now on course is Molly McTeague from Steamboat Springs.
Yeah, and all the commenting we were doing yesterday, that's the perfect stuff to be doing. Going on that one, and a little low, or whatever.
Can you repeat that, please?
Molly looks good coming off the jump, heading down towards the intermediate. She's got a fast time, 19.55 seconds.
Then you have to change your channel. You're on channel 1. This is the jury channel.
Our next racer, bib 49, Lexi Monroe from Aspen Valley Ski Club, is on course.
4-9 on, 7 in. Last finisher was 3, prior to that was 52.
Oh, you know what?
Lexi's looking really good. Very smooth, headed towards the finish.
You see the course?
Yeah, I can see from the jump down.
From the jump down. 7 on, 2-4 in.
Our next racer from Summit, Stella Buckheister.
Yeah, is the green light flashing on top? If it is, press the little tiny button that's right below the
Stella's
bigger
got the
button.
fastest intermediate split so far, 19.34 seconds. She's cruising down the pitch. Headed
58
towards the
miles an
shack
hour.
and the finish.
Yeah, I'm hearing you now.
1595 electronic.
Good, thank you, Micah.
She's carrying a lot of speed. This could be our fastest run so far.
Are you hearing him now? Channel 3, because I just heard him. It's max. Oh, it should be now.
I'll figure it out.
And Stella moves into first with a time of 46.29. Our next racer, Katie Fodale from Purgatory, is on course.
See if you hear him. I was hearing him.
I'm not hearing the speed on here. And okay. Katie's into our split at 20.16 seconds. Fifth fastest. It's coming down the pitch,
You guys pretty close.
headed towards the shack and the finish.
Huh. I'm not hearing you now.
Kaylin White, bib 21, is on course.
Where's one finish? Got it. One.
And Katie Fodale finishes with a time of 49.94, sliding into fifth place in the first run. Kaylin White, she's got a pretty fast time, 19.59 seconds, third so far. She's coming down the pitch.
And the boys, all right, which one's yours? All right, excellent. 6, all right.
Kaylin's approaching the finish.
Not hearing him at all either.
Kaylin slides into third place with a time of 47.13. Eva Henschel is on course from Telluride.
Thank you for volunteering with us. We appreciate your help.
She catches some air coming over the pitch.
No idea where my phone's at.
Looking smooth. She's got an intermediate time of 20.67
That's up to
seconds.
your guys. I think
Hoping to
that
pick up some
sounds
speed down here at the end.
Loop and go see what's wrong
better. Hopefully we'll
with
get a nice chance to see Steamboat while we're there.
Eva's approaching the finish. And now we have Noelle Roth from Steamboat Springs out of the gate.
218.
Eva Herschel finishes with a time of 51.73 in 10th place.
Yeah, I just.
Noelle's coming towards the jump, and she completes it. She's coming down the pitch. She's got an intermediate time pretty fast, 19.61 seconds in 4th place at that split. Looking smooth, coming down towards the finish. And Noelle slides into 2nd place with a time of 46.69. Camille Natter from Loveland Ski Club is on course. I don't know, like, what's ASB?
Asblick.
Asblick?
Buck Hill.
Buck Hill, okay. And then Granite Peak.
Granite Peak. Great
Camille has a
great
split of
speed,
20.49, approaching the shack, headed towards the finish. She's looking pretty smooth.
That's four something. Gondola. After hours. That's not is another one.
We have a start. Bib number 2, Karina Westmeyer from Buck Hill on course. And Camille Natter has a time of 50.23 in 8th place currently.
Good to see her back.
I'm back on 3.
Okay, he's back on 3.
Karina Westmeyer's got a split time of 19.64 seconds coming down the face.
Oh, were you? Excellent.
51 coming in, 62 coming out.
Karina had a time of 51 miles an hour coming in, 62 going out. That's pretty fast. Looks like she's lost some speed, headed towards the finish. See if she can pull it out. Abby Olson, bib 5 from Steamboat Springs, is now on course. And we have a finish from Karina at 48 seconds even in 5th place for the first run.
She did well on that. She did.
Abby's over the jump, headed down the face.
The $100
She's got a split of 19.51, second fastest so far. See if she can hold the speed.
Oh, it's gorgeous. And you got a nice view from it.
61 miles an hour.
She has a split time of 61 miles an hour, quite fast. See if she can carry that speed to the finish. She's banging gates.
Oh, Abby's got
Samara Hitt from Ski Club Vale is on course. Abby Olson sneaks into first with a time, sneaks into fourth with a time of 46.98.
So we'll probably have a take an interval, I assume. Are we taking an interval?
Samara Hitt, her split time is 20.24 seconds. 10th place. She's coming down the face. Smooth turns through here in the flat. Headed towards the finish.
Take an interval for the slippers.
Speed.
We'll hold one interval.
Samara Hitt finishes with a time of 48.98 in the first run. Good for 8th place.
She's gonna have a really nice course.
Right now we're taking a pause as the slip crew runs through, cleaning up the course for our racers. Be back with the next start.
Okay, do you need any other names? Do you need any other codes?
Asblick, I've got Granite Peak,
Well, it's true they have
Asblick,
music.
Buck Hill.
They have music
What's FST?
I don't know. We used to just do a joke that they're fast.
Fast?
So they're complaining up front that it's too serious up top because there's no music.
Oh, well, the speaker's in my room. Sorry, too serious.
FST.
FST
Speed.
4.
I don't think it's 4.
4.4 something ski. It's, I don't know.
Okay, don't know FST. You
It's
can
out
just
of
say
Minnesota.
it's the
It is out
fast
of
group.
Minnesota. FST.
Okay.
What's MAD? Mad Alpine Racing? Isn't that what they call themselves?
MAD is Mad Alpine Racing.
Okay.
FST is, I think it's like 4 square or something.
I'll look it up.
LSA is Great Lakes Ski Academy. FST. 4 degrees. It's really 4 something. It's 4 degrees.
Okay. Test.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah, but you should be louder. Okay. I can always talk louder.
26 next interval.
4 degrees Alpine ski team.
Yeah, that's what they said.
All right, our next racer, standing in the gate, waiting for the beep, is Monica Warzen out of Asblick Ski Club. All right, Monica is now on course.
26 on course.
26 on, 4 in. So Trent, do you know which club SWA is? It's a central club. Swift, no.
All right, Monica's got a pretty fast split, 20.43 seconds.
SWAT. SWA is SWAT.
What does that mean?
47 coming in. 57. Oh.
A little slower coming through the speed gun. 47 coming in.
Radar, you're back on
56
channel
coming
1.
out.
If you could move to channel 3, please.
Monica's moving towards the finish. And now we have Cora Hansen on course from Granite Peak.
4 on, 14 in.
Monica
I wonder
finishes
if
with a
he's
time of
on.
49.63, good for 10th place.
No, because he's not coming through that one. Scanning is you can listen, you can't talk. Scanning is you can listen.
Cora's coming over the jump, throwing a little bit of
Oh,
snow.
you can still talk.
Burning some speed through some of these turns.
You have to be on a channel to talk.
Her split's fast though, 19.87.
51 coming in, 59 coming out.
What is?
59 miles an hour coming out of the speed trap.
He knows.
Now she's putting them on the bases and cruising to the finish. Peyton Bradford just came out of the gate from Asblick Ski Club.
Oh, interesting.
Cora finishes with a time of 49.04, good for 9th. Peyton's approaching our split. She has a split of 20.24 seconds, 12th place.
In North Dakota.
She's coming down,
Oh,
throwing a little snow, see what her speed is.
Well, third stop, I have a crossing, so this will be a few minute hold.
All right, Peyton's gonna finish.
Start shot. Confirmed, 14 on course, 34 at the start.
And Peyton finishes with a time of 49.28 for 10th. We're on a little bit of a course hold while we get some ski patrollers crossing the course. My fear is I sound like an idiot.
That's on all the time, so be careful. Just saying. That's why I shut down.
Now
Did they give you a sponsor list?
this is all I have.
Okay.
We'll get one for you. Did you have one yesterday?
We didn't have a match. So how long have you been in, Fran, how long have you been in the Rockies then? Fourth one?
Here for girls. I want to just check these connections.
So do you miss the Midwest?
You okay? I don't know what's going on.
That one wasn't fully clicked. Now it is.
crossing is clear. See me clear.
All right, welcome back. Our athlete has been transported. She looked okay. We're about to start the race again. We have bib number 18, Marissa.
Yeah, I'm not hearing you on the outside speaker, so I don't know if you're doing it on or.
All right, we have a start. Marissa Whitty is on course from Buck Hill, out of the
18
central
on,
region.
44 in.
And Marissa's hit our first split at 21.16 seconds. Good for 20th. She's coming down the pitch right now. About to pass through the speed.
Speed trap.
50 coming in.
50 miles an hour coming in, 55 coming out. We have another start. Ali Adair
4-4
out of
on.
Gilboa. Marissa's just passed through the finish with a time of 51.59 for 19th. Allie's coming to the jump, and she's through our split at 20.55 seconds. 16th fastest today. She's headed down the pitch right now.
Just a quick,
51 coming in. 53 coming out.
51 miles an hour coming into the speed trap. 51 coming out. She's headed towards the finish. We have another start. Gracie Geyer
4-2
out of
on.
Afton.
20 in.
And Allie has finished with a time of 51.36 seconds for 19th. Gracie's approaching the jump.
Put it on the-
She's over the roll with a time of 20.78 seconds. 21st so far. And she's down. She's sliding down the hill.
Could you repeat that, please?
Doing a little turtle. Looks like she's okay. She's moving.
Start, stop. 42 on course.
And she's all right, back up on course. She's going to ski out and will not finish.
Confirm 42.
What did I do?
Confirm. Timing confirms 42.
I'm having trouble hearing you. Could you repeat that, please? 42 abandoned.
Timing copies, 4-2 will not finish. Thank you, sorry.
Sending racer 20 on the next interval.
Gracie's okay. She just passed the shack here. We're about to start with bib 20, Laura DePaul out of Gilboa in the central region.
Bib 20 on course.
And Laura is on course.
20 on, 50 in.
I figured you would have heard about it.
And Laura makes it over the roll with a time of 20.38 seconds, 14th fastest so far. She's headed down the pitch through the speed trap. Approaching the shack and on her way to the
55 coming
finish.
in. 56 coming out.
55 miles an hour coming in, 56 coming out. She's in her tuck and headed towards the finish. Kate Riordan out of Central and Afton is now on course. We have a finish for Laura DePaul of 50.40 seconds, good for 16th. Kate
50 on.
is just about to the jump and our split. There she is over the breakaway. She's got a split of 20.51 seconds. 17th fastest so far. It's throwing up a little bit of snow coming through the speed trap.
51 coming in. 59 coming out.
51 coming in, 59 coming out. Fast split, made up some time there. She's in her tuck, headed towards the finish. And Kalia Cheney is on course from 4 Degrees Skeet Team. And we have a finish for Katie Riordan of 50.23, good for 14th. And Kalia's got an intermediate time of 21.39 seconds, heading down the face. Making some good turns.
Coming in, 54 coming out.
She had a speed of 53 miles an hour coming in, 54 coming out. Made a slight mistake passing the shack here. But was able to recover. She's back in the tuck and headed towards the finish.
3-6 on, 6.
We have Sophie Skida from Central, from Gilboa, coming down the course. And Kalia has a finish of 52.76. Sophie's intermediate time is 21.2. She's skidding a little bit in her turns, trying to flatten it out, pick up some speed.
59 coming in, 53 coming out.
49 miles an hour coming in, 53 coming out. And we have Taylor Voigt from Afton out of the Central Region on course. Sophie finishes with a time of 52.67 for 25th so far. Taylor's nearing our intermediate. And she has a time of 19.68. That's a fast time. 7th place, 7th fastest so far. She's coming down the pitch through the speed trap.
53 coming in, 61 coming out.
53 miles an hour coming in, 61 miles an hour coming out. Making some good turns, a little bumpy down here. Back in her tuck, approaching the finish. We have a start from Millicent Bowden out of Mad Ski Club. Taylor finishes with a time of 48.43, currently sitting in 7th.
For the finish, so let me know they're complete.
I just heard the 0.
And Millicent is through our intermediate with a time of 20.53, good for 19th fastest. She's headed down the pitch right now, approaching the speed trap. Making some good turns.
51 coming in, 55 coming out.
51 miles an hour coming in, 55 coming out. She's approaching the finish. Millicent finishes with a time of 50.01 seconds, currently sitting in 15th.
All right, slip crew now.
We've got a slip crew running down the course, and our next racer will be Olivia Lunseth out of Great Lakes Ski Academy. All right, our slip team is finished. Course is in great shape. Our next racer is Olivia Lunseth out of Great Lakes Ski Academy. Bib number 8 in the start.
On course.
All right, Olivia's on course.
8 on, 28 in.
All right, Olivia's over the jump. She's got an intermediate time of 20.32 seconds, 15th fastest. She's coming down the pitch, headed through our speed trap. Back in a tuck.
51 coming in, 54 coming out.
51 miles an hour in, 54 miles an hour coming out. We now have Annabelle Mccann from Buck Hill on course. Olivia is about to finish. She finished the time of 51.0.
What do you need?
Do we ever get anything
Just
going on the
resting
pace?
for a moment.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait till we're done.
How
with
was,
this.
Annabelle's split time is 20.18, 13th fastest in that section. She's down the pitch through our speed trap. We'll get a speed here in a second.
50 coming in, 52 coming out.
50 miles an hour coming in, 52 coming out. She's making some great turns down here at the bottom, little choppy. Back in the tuck, approaching the finish. Our next racer, Katharina Crosby from Steamboat Springs, is on course. Annabelle Mccann has finished with a time of 49.47,
2, 3 on?
13th position. Katharina is approaching our split.
Start to come in. Can you go to
She's over the jump, completes it. She's got an intermediate time of 20.10, 11th fastest in that section. Looking smooth down the hill. She's through our speed trap. We'll get the time here in a second. Speed here in a second.
52 coming in, 59 coming out.
52 miles an hour coming in, 59 coming out. A little bumpy down here at the bottom by the shack. She's back in her tuck, approaching the finish. We have a start. Charlotte Matson out of Central.
0 on.
She's on course. Katharina Crosby finishes with a time of 49.46, sliding into 13th. Charlotte's approaching our first intermediate. And the jump. She looks good, pretty fast, 21.29 seconds. She's headed down the pitch, trying to make some clean turns. Lost a little bit of speed.
51 coming in, 56 coming out.
51 coming in, 56 coming out. So there's a little bumpy section here in front of the shack. Back in her tuck, on towards the finish. Katie Gerzlack
12
from
on.
Central out of Wynn Alpine is on course. Charlotte finishes with a time of 51.34,
Exactly.
currently in 26th. See what Katie's intermediate time is as she heads over the roll.
Yeah. Oh, it was
Gets a little air there.
This-
She's got a pretty fast intermediate time of 20.19, 15th fastest. Course is holding up really well.
Actually, the first 3 went faster.
53 coming in, 59 coming out.
53 miles an hour coming in, 59 coming out.
Slowed down a little on the fall.
Little bumpy here. She holds on. She's gliding to the finish. Jordan Young, bib 10 out of the Central, out of Asblick Ski Club, is on course. Katie Gerzlack from Wynn Alpine finishes with a time of 48.98, bumping into 9th. Course looks like it's holding up really well. Maintaining speed. Jordan is through our intermediate, 20.38, headed down the pitch. Making some good turns, nice and smooth. She's our speed trap.
Length and a tight-
Get her speed.
52 coming in, 59 coming out.
52 coming in, 59 coming out. Picking up some speed. She's passing the timing shack, very smooth turns, back in the tuck. Olivia Murphy, bib 38 from Buck Hill on course. And Jordan finishes with a time of 49.2. Good for
here than there are down there.
Okay, I'm just wondering with the announcement.
Olivia goes over the jump. Her intermediate time is 20.32, 19th fastest. Oh, she's burning some speed. Throwing up a little bit of snow.
The D-line's working, but that's it.
Coming down the final pitch here.
This PA
51 coming in, 55 coming out.
51 miles an hour coming in, 55 coming out. There's a little bit of a bump here.
I'm thinking our
She holds on. She's headed towards the finish.
amp might have went south.
Camille Deschamps from Central is on course.
Dive in.
And Olivia Murphy finishes with a time of 50.6 seconds. Lost a little bit of speed in the bottom. Camille's coming to our intermediate and the jump. She's over.
I wonder if the horse is getting a little fast
Pretty fast, 20.07, 11th fastest in that section.
as the sun hits it.
Making some nice turns.
52 coming in, 57 coming out.
52 miles an hour coming in, 57 coming out. Oh, she's holding on. Oh, and she's down.
Oh, she's down.
She's sliding through in front of the timing check, but she looks okay.
Oh, I think they're still stuck in.
Yes, did they go?
They were.
Start, stop.
Start. 55 on course.
She's back on her
56
feet.
At the start.
And we'll ski out of the course.
Where are you?
Copy that.
Sophia Stanley on course. Coming down the pitch, her intermediate time is 20.38.
16 will not
She's out of Loveland Ski Club.
Timing copies.
51 coming in, 54 coming out.
51 miles an hour coming in, 54 coming out. There's a rough little patch here right in front of the timing shack. She skied it cleanly. She's headed towards the finish. Eden Bohart from Aspen Valley Ski Club is on course. Sophia finishes with a time of 51.61, sitting in 25th for the first run.
55 was the last one.
Eden's approaching our split and the jump here on the pitch. Looking fast with a time of 20.59. Making some clean turns down the pitch.
45.
52 coming in, 54 coming out.
52 miles an hour in, 54 coming out. She's headed past the timing here. She skied that cleanly, trying to pick up some speed. Annabelle Francis from Aspen Valley is now on course, bib 5-7. We have a finish for Eden Bohart of 51.15.
All right, and when 58 goes, I will move every time.
Annabelle has an intermediate of 20.69. Make some clean turns on the pitch, trying to get those skis flat, running speed.
Coming in, 54 coming out.
51 miles an hour in, 54 coming out of our speed trap. She's hanging on, back in the tuck. Lila Lanning from Ski Club Vale, 58 on course.
No fault at the start.
Our final racer coming down the pitch. We have a finish from Annabelle Francis of 52.02. Lila Lanning is approaching our split time. Her intermediate is 20.51. Good for 26 so far. She's coming down the pitch, trying to hold her speed.
Not yet.
Trying to make clean turns. Approaching our speed trap.
50 coming in, 56 coming out.
50 miles an hour coming in, 56 coming out.
582 Rock
Ski's pretty clean, and she's approaching the finish.
Baltic crossing.
And we have a finish for Lila Lanning of 50 seconds, 50.46 seconds, currently sitting in 24th. We'll be back for the second run. Welcome back, folks. We're about to start our second run of the ladies downhill here at the U16 Rocky Central Champs. Our first forerunner, Katharina Crosby, is now on course.
A on B.
I don't hear you out there.
Finish rest. It's still very difficult to hear if you remote mic. You may want to unhook that
Can I
and speak
get a
directly
hand
into the radio.
time for? Oh, thank you very much.
We have our first forerunner heading down the pitch.
For Mike at the finish, I will spin you a new radio when I get back to the.
Coming in.
Our forerunner speeding down the course, 58 miles an hour coming in, 64 coming out.
I don't know if you're supposed to.
On course, we'll hold for his finish.
B on.
And our
Timing, if I can
second
get the hand
forerunner,
time for
Cole
forerunner A
Quintaro,
at the
is
finish.
on course.
I will. I've got a list.
Hand time for first forerunner, 10:39:33.173.
Copy, thank you.
There aren't that many of them.
And Cole's coming down the pitch through our speed trap. Let's see how fast he's going. He's approaching the finish. I guess we don't have a speed for him.
We have a thumbs up for both forerunners, clear to proceed.
What? Put it outside. All right, timing's ready.
Our first racer, Olivia Lunseth, bib number 8 from Great Lakes Ski Academy, is in the start gate. She had a first run time of 51:04. Five one 59, or excuse me, 49.51.
We are on a start stop, just waiting on the status.
Yeah, she's fine.
Our next racer, Hazel Fernley from Steamboat Springs, bib 4-5, is in the gate, and she'll be starting on the next interval. And for Hazel is out of the gate and on course.
4-5 on, 5-2 in. 4-5 is on, 5-2 is in.
And Hazel's over the jump. Her intermediate time is 20.69 seconds.
The DNFs are.
She's looking clean coming down the pitch, heading into our speed trap.
At the end, but the hand time I'm going to want is for the less time.
50 coming in, 56 coming out.
50 miles an hour coming in, 56 miles an hour coming out. She's carrying some speed down here in the flats, headed towards the finish. Our next racer, Ruthie Demino, bib 5-2, is on course from Summit.
5-5 in.
Hazel finishes with a time of 50.87.
Nope, she's
so-
50.42.
I read the wrong one.
Got it.
Correction, she finishes with a time of 50.42 and a combined time of 1 minute, 41 seconds, .29. Ruthie has passed our first intermediate, and she has a split of 20.63, carrying some speed. She's headed towards the finish. Sophia Stanley from Loveland Ski Club, bib 55, is on course, and we've got a finish for Ruthie Demino of 50.55, a combined time of 141.25, sitting in second place. Sophia Stanley passes our first intermediate with a time of 20.61. She's carrying speed down the face, passing through our speed trap.
52 coming in, 56 coming out.
52 miles an hour coming in, 56 coming out. Timing check. We have a start. Olivia Murphy out of Buck Hill, wearing bib 38, is on course. Sophia Stanley finishes her run with a time of 50.98, with a combined time of 1 minute, 41.59 seconds. Olivia Murphy's passed our first intermediate with a time of 20.38, the fastest so far on this run.
Coming in, 55 coming out.
She has a speed of 50 miles an hour coming in, 55 coming out. And she is down, coming to a stop, and she looks okay,
55 on
getting
course.
back on her feet.
58 on course, 58 in the
And Olivia looks fine.
Timing
She's
copy
skiing out of the
38 will not
course.
finish.
Our next racer
start copy,
is
58.
Lila Lanning, bib 58, skiing out of Ski Club Vale. She's in the start.
Just the two.
This will be our final racer.
Final time racer, yeah.
58 on course.
And Lila, bib 58, is now on course. Lila's approaching our first intermediate and the jump. She's got an intermediate time of 20.22, the fastest so far. She's headed down the pitch, making some good clean turns. She should be carrying some speed here.
51 coming in, 59 coming out.
51 miles an hour in, 59 coming out, our fastest speed so far. She's in her tuck and headed towards the finish. Our next racer, Laura DePaul, bib 20 from Gilboa, is on course. Lila Lanning finishes with a time of 49.53, a combined time of 1 minute, 39.99. In first place. time of 2:05.6. Keep making nice turns. And 57 exiting. As a clean transition past the start house, or excuse me, the finish house. Our next racer, Alexis Hammerstrom, out of Great Lakes Ski Academy, is on course. Laura DePaul, bib 20, finishes with a time of 50.39, an overall combined time of 1 minute, 40.79 seconds, currently third. Alexis has passed through our intermediate with a time of 7, fifth fastest. She's throwing up a little bit of snow coming down the pitch. See what her speed is.
52 coming in, 58 coming out.
Carrying some speed down here in the flat section. Getting back in her tuck, heading towards the finish. Camille Natter, bib 29, is now on course from Loveland Ski Club. We have a finish from Alexis, bib 30. A time of 49.95, third fastest of this run. 1 minute, 40.25 seconds, currently sitting in second place. Camille's approaching our intermediate. Her time of 20.70.
Realize it was 5-0 because that's the
Coming down the face, trying to make some nice clean turns.
like, oh.
51 coming in, 56 coming out.
She's got a speed of 51, 56 on the exit. She's trying to hold it together, keeping it tuck, looking sharp down towards the finish. Katie Riordan of Afton, out of the Central Region, wearing bib 50, is now on course. And we've got a finish for Camille Natter. 50.10, fourth fastest of this run. Combined time of 1 minute, 40.33 seconds, currently sitting in third. Katie Riordan hits our intermediate with a time of 20.64, eighth fastest so far. She's headed down the pitch through our speed trap, trying to arc some clean turns here.
54 coming in, 60 coming out.
60 miles an hour on the exit, fastest so far. She's carrying good speed. Can she make it happen in the finish? Millicent Bowden, out of MAD, wearing bib 22, is on course. Katie Riordan finishes with a time of 49.80, third fastest. Overall time of 1 minute, 40.03. Currently in second by 4 100ths. Millicent goes through our intermediate with a time of 20.57. She's looking clean on the pitch, coming through our speed trap, headed towards the flat.
48 coming in, 54.
In 54 coming out. She's in a full tuck, holding it together.
Remember, it's Richard.
Katie Fodale, skiing out of Purgatory Race Team. Number 24 is on course. Millicent finishes with a time of 50.41 on this run. A combined time of 1 minute, 40.42, good for fifth.
I understand that. No, he doesn't have his big shaggy coat on.
Katie Fodale hits our intermediate with a time of 20.26, the second fastest so far.
53 coming in.
53 in, 56 coming out of our speed trap. Monica Warzen, out of Asbrook, is in the gate, wearing bib 26. She is now on course. Katie's approaching the finish and finishes with a time of 49.28, our fastest of the day on the second run. She's currently sitting in first with a time of 1 minute, 39.22 seconds. Monica hits our split with a time of 20.54, fifth fastest so far. She's making some clean turns down the pitch, heading through our speed trap.
52 coming in, 59 coming out.
52 in, 59 miles an hour coming out. She's in a full tuck, heading past the timing shack. Back in the tuck, headed towards the finish. Annabelle Mccann, skiing out of Buck Hill, central area, wearing bib 28, is on course. Monica finishes with a time of 49.92, fifth fastest of this run. Overall combined time of 1 minute 39.55. Currently sitting in second.
First 15, so yeah. So we'll
Looks like the course is getting faster. Annabelle Mccann has a split of 20.22, second fastest. She's headed through our speed trap.
Coming in, 59 coming out.
52 in, 59 coming out. She holds on, has a little bobble, trying to get back in the tuck, heading past the shack, down on the flats.
he's getting the rhythm now.
Annabelle finishes with a time of 49.9, fifth fastest, currently sitting in second at 1 minute 39.3. 15 hundredths out of first. We've got the speed crew, slip crew on the course right now, so we're a little hold. Currently, we've got Katie Fodell sitting in first, followed by Annabelle Mccann, Monica Warzen, Kyla Lanning, Kate Riordan, and Alexis Hammerstrom as our top 6 so far. Our next racer will be bib 23, Katharina Crosby. She skis out of Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club.
Shouldn't it be with green for?
Not all the time. Only when you speak. Okay. No, there's still passing. There's 3 passing me. I don't see any behind them. 1, 2, 3 just passed our set, and now they're going to go. Because I don't think you can't see it. There's a shack.
Start copy. Cindy Racer. Dead number.
Excellent.
Our slip crew has buffed the course in preparation for Katharina Crosby skiing at Springs wearing 2-3. She'll start on our next interval. Katharina had the 15th fastest time in the first run.
Oh yeah, you gotta look serious.
And Kath is on course.
Two, 3 on, 4, 9 in. Lifetime, what do you do? Okay, now you're caught up. Lifetime is a little.
Kath's coming over the bump, little air there. She had a split time of 20.21, our fastest so far. Let's see her speed coming out of the compression and our speed trap. Back in our tuck.
52 coming in, 58
52 in, 58 miles an hour coming out. She handles the bumps here. She's headed back in her tuck, approaching the finish. Our next racer, Lexi Monroe out of Aspen Ski Club, wearing bib 49, is on course.
49.
We have a finish from Katharina Crosby of 49.41. That's good for first place. She's at 1 minute, 38.87 seconds. It's getting faster out here, folks. Lexi's approaching their intermediate.
Resolution of the monitor.
She's headed down the face, making some clean turns through our speed trap.
53 coming in, 59 coming out.
53 miles an hour in, 59 coming out. Picking up some speed. Strong left footer there. Inner tuck, headed towards the finish. Next racer, Peyton Bradford, is on course. Peyton skis out of Asbrook Ski Club in the Central Region. Lexi has a finish of 49.48. Third fastest this run, bumping into first with a combined time of 1 minute, 38.78 seconds. Our intermediates aren't reading.
Or what?
Intermediate, we're not getting intermediate times.
52 coming in, 58 coming out.
Peyton's making a good run. 52 coming in, 58 miles an hour coming out. Hard left footer past the timing shack. Inner tuck headed towards the finish.
This is expecting it.
Jordan Young, also skiing out of Asbluck, wearing bib 10, is on course. Peyton has a finish of 49.11, fastest run. She's currently sitting in first with a time of 138.39.
Unnecessary to have a last slip unless anybody objects.
Jordan hits our intermediate with a time of 20.32. They're picking up speed here on the pitch. He's making some strong turns.
52 coming.
She's fast through our speed trap of 52 in, 58 miles an hour out. She's back in the tuck, heading towards the finish, trying to squeeze some seconds. Cora Hansen, wearing bib 4 from Granite Peak, is on course. Jordan Young, bib 10, finishes with a time of 49.25, second fastest of the run, sliding into second place with a combined time of 1 minute, 38.45 seconds. Cora Hansen hits our split with the fastest time so far, 20.02.
So did we just miss one intermediate or so?
50 coming in, 58 coming out.
That could have been.
She's going fast, 50 miles in, 58 miles an hour coming out.
Check this, make sure it's still working.
She's fighting for that tuck position, trying to maintain aerodynamic, headed towards the finish. Samara Hitt, skiing out of Ski Club Vale, is on course.
25 on.
We have a finish time for Cora Hansen of 49.90, a combined time of 1 minute, 38.94 seconds. Good for top 5. She's sitting in 5th.
Well, maybe it's cold enough and they may want us to put some extra.
Samara's through our first intermediate with a time of 20.47.
Yeah.
She's making clean turns down the face through our speed trap.
51 coming in, 59 coming out.
51 miles an hour coming in, 59 on the exit. She's fighting for that tuck. Headed towards the finish. Katie Gerzlack, out of Wynn Alpine in the Central District, wearing bib 12, is on course. We have a finish for Samara, 49.65. A combined time of 1 minute, 38.63. Good for third. Katie's approaching our intermediate and is through the intermediate and the jump, heading down the face.
Fell into it
Nice clean right footer there.
just now.
Approaching the flats.
53 coming in, 60.
She is flying. 53 miles an hour in, 60 miles an hour coming out. Really smooth. Maintaining her tuck. This could be a good time. Reagan Chandler, bib 33 from Telluride, is on course. Katie Gerzlack finishes with a time of 48.33. Fastest run so far in the second. An overall time of 1 minute, 37.31 seconds. Good for first.
Yeah,
By 800ths of a second.
Like 18 yesterday.
Reagan Chandler's coming down the pitch, making some clean turns,
Well, she was 7.
pinching those gates.
So she was
She's through our speed trap.
50 coming in, 59 coming out.
50 coming in, 59 miles an hour exiting. She's fighting for her tuck. Pushing it. Headed towards the finish. Taylor Voigt is on course from Afton, wearing bib 6.
It's on. 2 in.
Reagan Chandler finishes with a time of 49.35. Combined time of 138.19.
Oh, who just left?
Sitting in second.
A little bubble.
Not getting intermediates.
It's a plunger, so if he misses it.
Taylor's
52
coming
coming
down.
in, 58 coming out.
She's fast through our speed trap, 52 in, 58 miles an hour out. She's fighting for it. It's a little bumpy down here.
It was a little bumpy down here.
Back in her tuck, approaching the finish, we have Karina Westmeyer out of Buck Hill in the central region, wearing bib number 2 on course. Taylor finishes with a time of 49.32, 5th fastest of this run. 1 minute, 37.75, good for second.
in the top 5.
Karina Westmeyer is coming down the pitch, making some nice clean turns.
Good.
Solid left footer here, heading into the flats.
51 coming in, 62 coming.
51 miles an hour in, 62 coming out. She's making clean turns, fighting for it, pinching the gates and headed towards the finish. Kaylin White out of Aspen Valley Ski Club. Bib 21 is now on course. We have a finish for Karina. Karina finishes with a time of 47.88. That is our fastest run. And a combined time of 1 minute, 35.88. She's sitting comfortably by a second and a half in first. Kaylin White has the fastest split so far. She just went through our intermediate with a time of 19.84. Heading down the pitch, fighting for speed.
55 coming in.
She is hauling 55 miles an hour in, 61 coming out. She's back in a tuck and fighting for position. Headed down to the finish. Abby Olson out of Steamboat Springs, wearing bib number 3, is on 5 is on course. Kaylin White has a finish of 47.58, now the fastest time. She's got a combined time of 1 minute, 34.71, almost a second faster than her peers. Abby Olson's got the fastest split now, 19.72, heading down the face, trying to arc some clean turns. Strong left footer here.
54 coming in, 61 coming out.
54 miles an hour in, 61 out. She's fighting for it. Getting back in her tuck, approaching the finish. Molly McTeague out of Steamboat Springs, wearing bib number 3, is now on course. We have a finish from Abby Olson. 47.44, the fastest time this run. A combined time of 1:34.42, sitting in first place. Molly's approaching our intermediate. She's got a fast time, 19.44, fastest so far. Watch her down the pitch. Makes a strong left footer, strong right footer. Headed across. Last little pitch before the flats.
Coming in, 62 coming out.
She is the fastest so far, 56 entering, 62 exiting. She's fighting for all that speed, heading towards the finish. Noelle Roth from Steamboat Springs is on course, wearing bib 11. Molly has a finish time of 46.41, the fastest and the fastest overall at 1:33.11. The course is getting faster. Stella Buckheister out of Summit is in the gate, wearing bib 7. Noelle hits our split at 19.66. Nice turn there on the left-right foot combination, heading across.
60 coming in, 61 coming.
She is fast, 60 miles an hour coming in off the pitch, 61 exiting. She's carrying a lot of speed down here in the flats.
Most of them are 50s coming in. 4.
Stella is now on course. We've got a finish for Noelle. This run, 46.75, 1:33.44, in second by a third of a second. Stella's approaching our split time on top.
She look good?
She looked really good yesterday, had very fast times. She's got the fastest intermediate at 19.28, and she's down. She got a little bit late on that right footer. She's sliding to a stop.
Yeah, I need a runner.
Stop. I see her a pole.
CD pitch.
I see her head going.
We've got movement. She's standing back up. She's all right. Unfortunate for Stella.
She's looking really good.
Timing confirming bib 7 will not finish.
Just confirm, bib 7 will not finish.
And Stella's back on her feet, exiting the course. She looks to be okay.
641. Who's the good?
Got a ski in the race course, so we're on a hold. We're picking it up and we'll get started back here pretty soon. Our next racer is Eden Bohart, wearing bib 56, skiing out of Aspen Valley Ski Club.
She's fine, she's up, she's gonna ski out. All right, I think we're ready, but we can.
We've got a clear course. Eden Bohart, wearing bib 58, skiing out of Aspen Valley Ski Club, is on course.
Bummer for Stella. That's true.
Eden is over the pitch, and she's down.
And she
She's
was
sliding.
Start stop confirmed.
That right footer after the jump
40 at the start.
is proving to be difficult. Course is getting faster.
Same basic, well, a little further up.
Dan, I'll need another runner, same spot.
Bib 40 on course.
All right, we've resumed. Charlotte Matson, skiing out of the Central Region, wearing bib 40, is on course. Charlotte had the 32nd fastest time in the first run, 51:34. The course is running quick.
His list for location should be right there.
Here she comes into our first split. She's got an interval of 21:37. She's making good turns down the face here. Smooth, not throwing any snow. Trying to pick up some speed across this traverse.
Came in going 48.
She entered at 48 miles an hour, exited at 52. She's past the timing shack and headed towards the finish. Allie Adair at a Team Gilboa is on course wearing bib 44. Charlotte finishes with a time of 51:23, a combined time of 1:42:57. Allie's approaching our first intermediate time in the jump on the rollover. She's completed the jump. Strong right footer. Oh, get a little low. Burning some speed. She had a split of 20.22, very fast over the top, hard to hold on.
Came in going 52, came out going 54.
In at 52, out at 54 miles an hour. Here's a tough section, hard left footer, get a little chundery out there. Back in her tuck, headed towards the finish. Marissa Whitty out of Buck Hill is on course. We've got a finish from Allie Adair, bib 44 at 50.93, a combined time of 1:42:29. Marissa's over the jump, headed down the face, trying to hold that line. Strong left footer, strong right footer, headed across the traverse through our speed trap.
Came in going 52.
In at 52, out at 58 miles an hour, trying to hold the speed down here through the flats, getting back in her tuck, and her pink helmet flying by. Eva Henschel, from Telluride is on course, wearing bib 43. Marissa has a finish time of 50.62, with a combined time of 1:42:21. Eva's approaching our intermediate. Hit the jump, got a lot of air on that one. Nice tight turn on that left footer. She's headed into our traverse here in our speed trap. Coming down the second little
Came in
pit.
going 48.
Came in at 48, out at 53 miles an hour. Strong left footer with a lot of chatter here. Made it smoothly back in her tuck towards the finish. Ashley Schaefer, skiing out of Buck Hill, wearing bib 34, is on course.
34 on.
We have a finish from Eva Henschel, a time of 52.17, an overall time of 1:43:90. Ashley's about to hit our intermediate and the jump, and there she is. Nice and smooth, good turn there. Staying on this left footer, very strong. She had an intermediate time of 21.01.
Came in going 53, came out going.
Came in at 53, out at 54 miles an hour, trying to get back in this tuck. Oh, looks like she missed a gate. Got a little bit late and missed the right footer coming here at the timing shack. Annabelle Francis out of Aspen Valley Ski Club is out of the gate. Annabelle's wearing bib 5-7, approaching our intermediate. She's got a good time, 20.31, 12th fastest. Nice and clean. Tight line here coming down the face. She's headed across the traverse through the speed trap.
Came in going 40.
Came in at 48, out at 53. Strong left foot here. Back in her tuck, headed down to the finish. We have a start from Sophie Skyota, wearing bib 36 out of Great Lakes Ski Academy. Annabelle Francis, bib 57, finishes in a time of 51.67, a combined time of 43.69.
Do we have a 51? Well, the last three I wouldn't expect. Right, well, why don't you give me a hand?
Came in going 48, came out going 52.
Sophie picked up some speed, in at 48, out at 52. She's headed to the last splits, approaching the finish in a tuck. Let's see what her time is. Sophie from Great Lakes finishes with a time of 52.80, a combined time of 1 minute 45.47. That completes our ladies downhill for today.
Timing to finish if I can get a hand.
We'll start
time
back
for
up with the
bib
men
36,
shortly.
please.
51 will be a DNS. 5
This last girl went out here. I'm not getting hit on this race course. It's still like, you know, right on, like it was so.
Welcome back, ski race fans. We're about to start our men's downhill race today. Just like the ladies, it's a 2-run downhill. There's a certain requirement for ski races to have a minimum vertical drop, and based on our race course, we are going to have 2 runs combined, and the combined time will determine the finish order. Before we get started with the race and our forerunners, Steamboat Springs Warner Sports Club would like to thank all of the volunteers and staff that make these events possible. We want to send a special thank you to all the supporters of the Winter Sports Club and the Winter Sports Club's mission to create champions on and off the mountain by developing life skills and providing growth opportunities through participation in sports. Really quickly, we want to thank our supporting annual partners. Our gold annual support partners include the City of Steamboat Springs, Deer Park Road, Native Excavating, Smart Wool, Steamboat Radio, Steamboat Ski and Resort Corporation, Steamboat Orthopedic and Spine Institute, Steamboat Sotheby's International Realty, Twin Enviro Services, UC Health, and Yampa Valley Bank. Our first forerunner is about to get in the gate and get going.
Hi, this
Timing
is
is
the
clear.
Laura. Who's this? Hi, friend.
And it's
Crossing clear.
and
Roundhouse, clear.
also what's left?
Yep,
Connor
CD clear.
Connor Crossing.
Connor Crossen, and then Cole.
Thank you.
Once they're clear, we're good. It's on your call.
Target clear. Wilson.
Today we have 2 forerunners. Connor Crossan will be our first forerunner, followed by Cole Comtois.
First forerunner on course.
Connor is on
I'm
course.
trying if I can get the start hand time for forerunner A, please.
Additionally, Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club would like to thank our silver annual support partners, including Christie's Sports,
1249097.
Colorado Event Rentals,
Excellent.
Duckles Construction, Honey Stinger, Letson Enterprises, Nordic Excavation, Resort Group, and Truffle Pig and Carl's Tavern. Cole is headed towards the finish. Or excuse me, Connor is headed towards the finish. Cole is in the... And finally, we'd like to thank our bronze annual support partners, BAP and Big Agnes,
Final forerunner on course.
Cloud9 Integrated Systems, Melinda H. Sherman, Moe's Original Barbecue, and Steamboat Specialties. Again, thank you to all of our sponsors, all of our volunteers, and all of our staff. Thanks for joining us. We're looking forward to a great week
Forerunner finished.
of U16 Rocky Central Championship Series here in Steamboat Springs.
Time of first forerunner 12:13:44.974. However, it is inaccurate.
Timing copy. You guys be ready for the first racer?
Okay, he's through the finish, but.
And Cole Comtois, our second forerunner, is through the finish. We'll be starting the race shortly. Bib 16, Curtis Zaney, skiing out of Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club.
That looks good, copy.
Copy. On next interval.
I have the forerunner sheet. Okay, sounds good. Bib 16 in the start.
Our first racer, Curtis Zaney, out of Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club, is on course.
22 in, and if I could get that hand time for bib 16, please.
Curtis is approaching our first interval. He's got a first interval time of 19.15 seconds. He looks really smooth, not throwing any snow coming down the pitch across the traverse.
3 or 4. That's not awful.
Heading past the shadow.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Curtis has finished with a time of 45.30. Our second racer, Nicholas Quintaro, out of Ski Club Vale, wearing bib 22, is on course. Excuse me, Nicholas Quintero. Nicholas has a bit faster split time, 18.91. He's carrying some good speed down the pitch. Very smooth right footer there.
Coming in at 61, coming out at 63.
And his speed is 61, 63 in and out. 63 miles an hour, back to the tuck, banging a couple gates, headed towards the finish. Adrian Beauregard, wearing bib number 6, out of Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club, on course. Nicholas Quintero finishes with a time of 45.54. Adrian Beauregard has a really fast split time, 18.90, the fastest yet of our first 3 racers.
Coming in at 60, come on.
Through our speed trap, in at 60, out at 63 miles an hour, carrying some great speed through to the finish. And Adrian with a time of 45.44, sliding into second. Curtis Zaney still sitting atop. Austin Steiner, out of the Central Region, wearing bib 29, is on course. Austin has an interval time of 20.46. He has a speed of 59.61 exiting. Oh, get a little wild there. Hold it in, back in his tuck, headed towards the finish. Dominic Smith out of Aspen Valley Ski Club is on course. Austin Steiner is finished with a time of 48.99. And Dominic has the first interval time of 19.52. Looking pretty good. Little wide turn there, coming across the traverse through our speed trap.
Coming in at 50.
He entered at 58, exited at 59 miles an hour. He's fighting for that tuck, headed towards the finish. Carson Simpson out of Afton, wearing bib 15, is on course. Dominic Smith has finished with a time of 47.32. Carson is approaching our interval. Over the jump, makes a nice right footer, let a little speed there. His interval time of 19.91. He's across the traverse. Last little pitch here before the flats. Through our speed trap.
Coming in at 59, coming out at 60.
Entered at 59 miles an hour, exited at 60, carrying some good speed down here through the bottom. Miko Lewis out of Ski and Snowboard Club Vale, wearing bib 18, is on course. Carson Simpson finishes with a time of 47.54 in 5th place. Miko Lewis passes through our interval with a time of 19 seconds flat. 3rd fastest so far. He's across the traverse, heading down the last little pitch here to the flats.
Coming in at 59, coming out at 63.
He's carrying some speed in the speed trap at 59, exiting at 63 miles an hour. Spencer Gustafson out of Ski Club Vale is now on course, wearing bib 46. Miko Lewis finishes with a time of 45.82, currently Spencer Gustafson has a split time of 19.61, our 6th fastest.
I was listening to your audio.
He's putting him on edge. Hard left footer coming into the flat.
60.
Exiting at 60 miles an hour, carrying some good speed. Tough left footer here, and he's down into the
Into the
fence.
fence.
We'll check with the course crew and make sure he's okay. That's a rough left footer there. It's getting kind of choppy and warm. The kids really have to stand on that outside edge. We'll be right back.
On his hip. Unclear. Yeah.
All right, welcome back. Banks Biffle, bib 52, is in the gate, about to head out on course, and he is on course.
52 on course.
52 on 8N.
Banks skis out of Ski Club Vale.
Thanks, Biffle is a very interesting name.
And Banks got a pretty good split time here, 19.24, our fifth fastest so far. He's coming down the pitch, skiing really clean, across the traverse, back into the main arena. Hard right footer. He came in at 56 miles an hour, exited at 64. He's gaining speed into the flats. Approaching the finish, our next racer, Nico Luning from Team Summit, is on course wearing bib number 8. Banks Biffle has finished with a time of 45.89, which is good for 5th. Nico's into our interval with a time of 18.94, the third fastest, heading down the pitch. Strong right footer there, crossing to traverse through our speed trap.
58 came out at 65.
He's our fastest racer so far, in at 58 miles an hour, out at 65, hanging on to that speed into the flats. We have a finish for Nico Luning at 44.81, our fastest time so far. On course now is Cayman Beauregard, wearing bib number 24 out of Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club.
Start and finish.
Yeah.
24 on 48N.
Cayman has an interval time of 19.31, heading down the pitch. Strong left footer there, into the right footer, across the traverse. Strong left footer trying to gain speed.
66.
He has just surpassed our speed, in at 59 miles an hour, out at 66.
24?
Cayman has a finish of 45.47. Good for 4th. Drew Klubine, wearing bib 48, racing out of Ski and Snowboard Club Vale, is on course. Drew passes the interval at the time of 19.52. Good for 9th. Heading down the pitch. Strong right foot there. Got a little low. Coming across.
Came in at 58.
Came in at 58 miles an hour. Out at 63. Through the chunder here. Back into his tuck. Headed towards the finish. And Drew finishes with a time of 46.74. Now on course is Seth Montgomery out of Team Summit, wearing bib 44. Seth's coming down the pitch. Strong right footer there, heading across the traverse. Hard left foot right here.
Out at 64.
Entered in at 57 miles an hour, out at 64, making that left footer past the timing shack, down into the flats, trying to hold his tuck and eke out some time. We have a start from Oliver Helen out of Ski Club Vale, wearing bib 20. Seth Montgomery is finished with a time of 46.76, sitting in 9th. Oliver is approaching our interval time and the jump. Oliver is through the interval at a time of 19.24, our 6th fastest. He's carving it up on the pitch, across the traverse. Hard left foot down into the flats.
Out at 64.
Into our time, or into our speed trap at 57, out at 64, hanging on. Oliver's approaching the finish. Hutto Fletcher out of Aspen Valley Ski Club, wearing bib 30, is on course. Oliver Helen from Ski Club Vale has finished with a time of 45.92. Good for 8th place.
Dan and Tyler, 1050 is coming. Now he's on top of Vogue.
Hutto Fletcher has an interval time of 19.48. good for 9th so far. He's coming down the pitch and across the traverse. Into that hard left footer, right footer into the pitch. He had a top time of 63 miles an hour.
See if the jury has any...
And Hutto has finished with a time of 46.34, sitting in 9th place after the first run. We've got a slip crew on the course right now, buffing and polishing. They'll be through and we'll resume the race shortly.
Just what they've been doing, fast and wide.
Yep.
All right, folks, after a short hold for course maintenance and a crossing, we're about to start back up. We have Caden Burns skiing for Afton Ski Club, bib number 3 in the gate.
I think it's Afton Alps, isn't it?
Afton Alps. And Caden is on course.
Bib 3 on course.
On 7 in.
have a little better than a Laffy Taffy. They're chewy.
And Caden has hit our interval with a time of 19.44. He's headed down the pitch, looking like he's carrying some good speed. Let's see what his speed is here on the gun.
Came in at 59, came out at 64.
Came in at 59, exited at 64 miles an hour. He's hanging on, carving those turns, standing on that edge. Caden's approaching the finish and finishes with a time of 46. That's good for 9th. Leo DeMars out of 4 Degrees Ski Team, wearing bib 7, is on course. Leo has a quick interval time of 19.36, 9th fastest. He's carving that right footer, headed across the traverse. Strong left foot here, headed to the flats. Like he's got some good speed, a little bumpy, into his tuck, approaching the finish. And we've got Kyan Hopke from Buck Hill on course. Leo DeMars finishes with a time of 46.66.
She okay?
Kyan hits our interval with a time of 19.25, 8th fastest. He's really hauling down that hill. Clean right footer there. Into the big left footer, approaching the flats in the timing shack.
54.
He gained a lot of speed, entered at 54 miles an hour, exited at 64. Getting loose here at the bottom, but approaching the finish in his tuck. So Terry Tsusimi, bib 36, is now on course from Loveland Ski Club. And we have a finish from Kyan Hopke with a time of 46.65, good for 11th. So Terry has a split interval time of 19.37, coming into our speed gun across the traverse. That big left foot, right foot combination down onto the flat. He had a top speed of 61 miles an hour. Nice tight turn here in front of this finish shack. Headed towards the finish. And Napoli from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale, wearing bib 53, is on course. So Terry finishes with a time of 46.07, currently sitting in 9th place. Enzo Napoli with a split of 19.90. Heading down the face, hard right footer into this big left foot, right foot combination as he heads to the flats.
55, came out at 59.
Entered at 55 miles an hour, exited at 59. He's in a good tight tuck heading towards the finish. Oliver Kohlberger, teammates with Enzo from Ski Club Vale, wearing bib 34, is on course. We have a finish from Enzo Napoli, 48.29, currently sitting in 18th. Oliver's approaching our interval time. He's got a time of 19.27, 9th fastest. Coming down the pitch, hard right footer through the traverse, strong left foot here. Right foot combination as you enter the flats. Top speed of 58 miles an hour, getting a little bumpy, staying in the tuck. Jaden Scheel from Aspen Valley Ski Club, wearing bib 42, is on course. Oliver Kohlberger finishes with a time of 46.48, good for 12th.
42 was on? Okay, that's good. That's what we were having. Yeah, so that's what I'm hoping. Yeah.
And Jaden clocks a time of 20.04 in the interval, headed down the pitch. Strong right foot. Here he comes into the big left foot basketball turn.
Came in at 55.
He had a top speed of 60 miles an hour in his final tuck, heading down the flats to the finish. Rick Shea from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale is now on course wearing bib 40. Jaden Scheel has a finish time of 48.19, sitting in 19th.
Do you get nervous when Calvin's getting ready to race? Oh, that's good.
Oh, is Trent up there doing
Yeah, Trent's
start?
on the.
Tell him hi.
Rich says hi.
Rick Shea has an interval time of 19.78. He's headed down the face about this big left-footed basketball turn. He's turning it over.
Came in at 59.
Hard right footer.
60.
He entered at 59, out at 60. Didn't gain much speed there, but maintained a lot of it heading into the flats down to the finish. Caspian Trone, bib 32 is on course. Caspian skis out of Ski Winter Sports Club here in Steamboat. Rick Shea has a finish of 46.79, currently sitting in 17th. Caspian hits our interval with a time of 19.27, 10th fastest. Nice carved right turn there. He's headed across the traverse. Left footer, strong. He's standing on that right footer, coming into the flats, maintaining his speed, getting a little bumpy, back into the tuck, headed towards the finish. Calvin Schaffler is in the gate. And he's out of the gate from Ski Club Vale wearing bib 26. Caspian Trone has a finish time of 46.37, currently sitting in 12th.
Copy.
Calvin's about to hit our interval time. Let's see where he's at. 19.49, 16th fastest. Made that jump, hard left foot, right foot combination into the traverse. Big left-footed basketball turn here into a hard right footer onto the flats.
Came out at 61.
Top speed of 61 miles an hour. Oh, he's getting loose. Back into his tuck. He hung on. He's headed towards the finish. Sawyer Johnson from Ski Club Vale wearing bib 5-4 is out of the gate. Calvin Schaffler finishes with a time of 46.54. Good for 14th so far. Sawyer's approaching our interval time and the jump over the pitch. He hits that interval time, 19.17. Makes that jump, hard left foot, right foot combination, across the traverse into the basketball turn.
Came out at 60.
Top speed of 60 miles an hour. Made a little mistake there. Made that turn. He's going to have to tuck. He got a little bit late, but was able to make that left-right foot here in front of the timing shed.
Scrub some speed, though, it looked like.
Caleb Lewandowski is on course wearing bib 13. He skis out of GTS. Sawyer Johnson has a finish of 49.85.
Did not trip again. I don't have a false start, so it's okay.
Caleb's got a good fast interval, 18.31 as he comes down the pitch. Left foot, right foot combination.
I don't want to mess up with
Into the traverse, big left-footed basketball turn here.
Yes, where Caleb was.
Hard right footer as you approach the flats. And this tough left foot that's got a lot of folks nice and smooth through. Caleb's going to have a good time here. Caleb finishes with a 47.14. Charlie Thomas wearing bib 31 out of the Central.
Okay.
And Travers.
31 on, 35 in.
Charlie has an interval time of 19.45 as he
14th is holding.
goes out of the course and is sliding down the pitch.
31 on, 30.
And his skis taken off.
He's still down.
Yeah, he's down here.
Don't know.
We're seeing
He's
movement,
moving.
He lost a ski, though.
He did
and
lose.
we have a lost ski.
And he's standing.
He's up.
What? No, he's.
After that brief hold, we have skiing out of Duluth Ski Club wearing bib 35 in the gate.
No, bib opening, so down there.
I don't know when they
Yeah,
left.
Savannah, are we clear down there to see all the way? Let's go.
Suzanne should say who the racer is.
Bib 35.
So then we get 35 on the next instead of the next racer. She's a moose.
And here we go. Eric Carlson out of Duluth wearing bib 35 is on course.
37 in.
And Eric has a split of 19.7 seconds, making that hard right foot across the traverse. Little wobble there. Strong left foot.
Came out going 57.
In at 55, out at 57 miles an hour. He's back in his tuck, trying to be smooth down towards the finish. Riley Okubo, bib 37, skiing out of Buck Hill, is on course. Eric Carlson, bib 35, has a finish of 48.62.
Cooley Alpine Racing, CAR. Oh, you've got like a Webster.
And Riley is through our interval at 20.03 seconds, heading down the pitch and across the traverse. See what his speed is. Looks like we had a speed of around 53 miles an hour, getting a little bumpy down here. He's trying to maintain his tuck and head to the finish. Cullen Sackman,
Okay.
wearing bib 45, is now on course. We have a finish from Riley at 48.60 in 25th place.
Grand Peak. Granite Peak.
Granite Peak.
Cullen's got a split time of 20.29. Hard right foot entering the traverse. Left footer coming up here on the basketball turn.
Came out going 60.
Came in at 53, headed out at 60. Picked up some speed there. Can he maintain it to the finish? Across the flats, back in his tuck. We have a finish of 48.74 and a start from TJ Sondelski, wearing bib 5 out of Granite Peak in the Central Division. TJ's coming into our interval, 19.19, seventh fastest. He's got some speed, headed down the pitch, making some clean turns, hard right foot there, into the basketball turn.
Wow.
Came in going 56, came out going 61.
In at 56, out at 61 miles an hour, hard left foot past the timing shack. Back in his tuck, headed towards the finish. Samuel Dalen out of Grand Lakes on the pitch. TJ finishes with a time of 46.51, jumping into 14th.
Nice.
Great Lakes Ski Academy, I think.
Great Lakes Ski Academy.
Samuel Dalen with a split of 19.77. Headed towards the basketball turn. Standing on that left outside ski. Top speed of 60 miles an hour. These kids are going quick. Back into the tuck quickly. Trying to be smooth down here on the flats to the finish. Bennett Levander out of Afton is on course. Samuel Dalen finishes with a time of 47.20.
Definitely want the 29 meters for Gilboa.
Bennett has a time of 20.08 through our split. Looks like he lost some speed there on the pitch.
Accuracy before we announce it.
Came in going 52, came out.
Top speed of 58 miles an hour. Looks can be deceiving. Hard left foot here, back onto the flats, into his tuck. Approaching the finish. And we have a start from Jace Rowell, also out of the Central Division, wearing bib 11. Bennett finishes with a time of 49.41.
Knob. And in our
Jace out of Knob's Nub Racing Team with a split of 19.14. That's the fifth fastest time.
Nubs.
And he's down. He got a little loose on that right footer and is sliding to a stop.
11 lost that speed. Same place as that other racer did. It's way above him. He slid for a long time.
Hey, Dan, I need a runner on the right footer below Steamy pitch.
11.
All right, after a small course hold, Paul Asher wearing bib 21, racing out of the Central Division for Nub's Knob Racing, is now on course.
21 on. Did well yesterday.
He was in sixth.
And Paul has a split time of 19.61 as he comes down the pitch into that right foot on the traverse. Basketball turn on the left footer here. Let's see what his speed is.
Came in going 54, came out going 60.
In at 54, out at 60, picking up some
wide.
speed. Got a little wide there at the timing shack, headed towards the finish, trying to make up some seconds. Jevin Palmquist out of Team Summit is on course. Paul Asher finishes with a time of 48.13. Jevin hits our interval with the fastest time of the day so far at 18.87. He's really coming down the hill quick across the traverse into the basketball turn. Hard right foot as we get to the flats.
58, came out going 66.
Came in at 58, out at 66. He's hanging on, trying to keep that speed through the finish. This is going to be a quick time.
No, he was sixth.
Now he's first.
We have a finish time of 44.76 for Jevon Palmquist. Bumped all the way to number 1. Charlie Bruss out of the Central Division at Asbrook Racing, wearing bib 39, is on course, approaching our first interval. And Charlie's in with an interval time of 20.41. As he comes down the pitch, makes a nice clean right footer heading into the basketball turn across the traverse.
Going 54, came out going 53.
Top speed of 54 miles an hour for Charlie. Headed past the timing shack, trying to get back in the course. He made the gate. He's headed towards the finish. Eli Heathman from Marquette Mountain Racing is on course, wearing bib 19. We have a finish from Charlie Bruss, time of 50.18. And Eli has a split time of 19.36 as he comes down hard right foot here into the traverse. Big sweeping basketball turn, and another hard right footer as he approaches the gate.
61.
In at 58, out at 61 miles an hour. He's trying to keep all that speed down here on the flats as he gets into his tuck and heads towards the finish. Jack Scheidman out of Team Gilboa is now on course, wearing bib 51. We have a finish from Eli Heathman at 47 seconds flat, sliding into 22nd spot. Jack Scheidman with an interval time of 19.9. Makes that left footer, right footer combination out onto the traverse, heading into that big left foot basketball turn. 58 miles an hour coming through, hard right foot. Careful on this left footer, staying into his tuck, fights through it. Headed towards the finish. Braden Galloway out of Nubs Knob is on course, wearing bib 27. We have a finish from Jack Scheidman with a time of 49.63. Braden hits the interval, 21st fastest at 19.45 seconds.
Didn't you say Grand Traverse?
Grand Traverse.
In at 57, out at 54.
Braden goes through the speed trap. 57 miles an hour top speed. Left foot here, trying to get back on course. He makes the gate into his tuck towards the finish. Ben Shromsky from Grand Traverse Ski Club, wearing bib 25, is on course. We have a finish from Braden Galloway with a time of 48.37. Shromsky's about to hit that interval and the jump, coming over the top, got some good air, sticks that right footer, gets a little bit low. He's got an interval time of 19.70. He's holding on into the basketball turn.
Coming at 54, come out at 61.
61 miles an hour top speed for Ben. Little bumpy left foot right there into the flats, cruising to the finish. Ford Stone out of Buck Hill is on course, wearing bib 47. Ben Shromsky, 25, with a time of 47.97. Ford Stone about to hit the interval and the jump. Coming up over the pitch. Sticks that right footer, gets a little bit late, back into the tuck. He's got an interval time of 19.87, coming across the traverse into the basketball turn.
Coming in.
59 mile an hour top speed. He's trying to gain some speed here. Coming through these gates tight into the tuck towards the finish. Isaac Shapiro, bib 23 from Grand Traverse, out of the gate. Ford Stone out of Buck Hill with a time of 48.40. Isaac's got a split time of 19.89. Right foot there, lost a little bit of speed coming across the traverse.
Coming in at 52 and coming out at 62.
He picked up some speed in at 52, out at 62. Left foot here in front of the timing shack. Oh, he held on. Made the gate. He's back in his tuck. On to the finish. Tate Wilker out of Team Gilboa is on course, wearing bib 43. Isaac Shapiro with a finish time of 47.76 on his wild ride.
You only have 4 more up there? I'm expecting you to have 5.
What number?
Up there.
Well, you got one on course.
Tate Wilker
Yeah, okay.
You got one on
in
that
through
one.
the split at 19.83.
Yeah.
Coming down the pitch, a crossing to traverse. Into the basketball turn here, and that hard right foot onto the flat.
Coming out at 58.
58 miles an
One
hour.
more after this.
Back into his tuck, trying to stay aerodynamic. Makes this left turn look easy. Down to the finish. Brady Laughlin out of Steamboat Springs, wearing bib 55, is on course. We have a finish from Tate Walker with a time of 48.35.
When they start, it doesn't take them off until they finish.
Right,
So
yeah. You have to subtract that guy.
Brady's down the pitch, making the right foot turn across the traverse.
57 coming out at 60.
60 mile an hour top speed, trying to stay aerodynamic into this right footer. Here's a tricky left footer in front of the timing shack. Little bumpy there. He made it clean. Into his tuck and down to the finish. Willem Bradford on course. Bib 56 out of Steamboat Springs. Brady Laughlin finishes with a time of 47.46.
57 in. Really hard to find that word, wasn't it?
Willem has an interval time of 19.89 as he heads down the pitch. Strong right foot there, got a little low.
At 53 coming out at 60.
60 mile an hour top speed as he heads into this right footer. Left foot combination in front of the timing shack. Little bumpy, holds on, back into his tuck. Approaching the finish. Bib 57, Cade Lawton out of Ski and Snowboard Club Vale, out of Steamboat Springs is on course. Willem Bradford finishes with a time of 47.70.
57 on. 50.
Cade Lawton is approaching our interval time as he approaches that jump. It's a strong right foot turn over the hill there. Makes the jump, catches some air. Oh, he's tight on that right footer. Tight on the left footer. He's taking a really aggressive line. Let's see what his speed is.
Coming at 54 coming out at 61.
61 miles an hour. Heading into this left-hand turn where it gets a little chunky. Back into his tuck. He's looking smooth, trying to stay aerodynamic. August Helen from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale, wearing bib 58, is on course. Caden Lawton finishes with a time of 48.31.
5-8, please.
This comes into our split time and the jump coming over the roller. Nice and smooth through here, burning a little bit of speed, throwing up some snow. Left foot, right foot combination as he crosses the traverse.
From an hour.
August
Coming
had
at 54 coming out at 56.
a 56 mile an hour top speed.
Wow.
August is a tall guy trying to stay in that low tuck and aerodynamic. August is heading towards the finish. And August finishes with a time of 49.05. That completes our first run of the men's U16 Rocky Central Downhill. We will be back for a second run shortly.
Time it was scheduled at 1:15.
All right.
We'll now go to 1:40.
Oh, clear.
See me clear.
Welcome back to the U.S. Ski and Snowboard Rocky Central U16 Alpine Championships presented by Steamboat Mountain School. We'd like to thank Steamboat Mountain School, Gondola Pub and Grill, and Jack Wolfskins as our primary event support partners. We'd also like to thank our gold annual support partners, the City of Steamboat Springs, Deer Park Road, Native Excavating, Smartwool, Steamboat Radio, Steamboat Ski and Resort Corporation, Steamboat Orthopedic and Spine Institute, Steamboat Sotheby's International Realty, Twin Enviros, UC Health, and Yampa Valley Bank. We're about to start our second male run of this combined downhill. We have our first forerunner on course.
Trent, were you yelling for me? Yeah. I'm sorry.
Connor Crossan is on course.
Hey guys, see you around down there.
Connor's passed the first interval. Over the jump, onto the pitch. Hard right footer as he enters the traverse. Left footer into the basketball turn. Right turn as he approaches the timing shack. Left turn where it's gotten a little dicey today. Into his tuck and down towards the finish.
I was just sitting here waiting for you to start.
Thank you, Connor, for your volunteering to forerun.
Back in with the little island light
Our
there.
second and final forerunner of the day is Cole Quintaro.
Hey Tyler, I think that was the photographer going down there.
That's his fastest time of the day.
I'd rather have him not up there. I'm comfortable with the photographer down lower, but I would like him down lower by her or out of the venue from there.
I'm not really comfortable with this topic.
Got it, Tyler. Sorry, I was
Our first forerunner, Mr. Crossan, took out a gate in his aggressive forerunning, and we're waiting for a small gate repair. Again, we'd like to welcome you to the U.S. Ski and Snowboard Rocky Central U16 Alpine Championships presented by Steamboat Mountain School. Steamboat Mountain School provides a high level of academics for high-level athletes. It's a boarding and day school that works with the racing schedule of these athletes here in Steamboat Springs.
Yes.
And they provide academics that fit a competitive lifestyle. We'd also like to thank the Gondola Pub and Grill as our downhill event sponsor.
There were three, right?
The Gondola Pub and Grill offers a grab-and-go breakfast, a full-service lunch and happy hour right in Gondola Square. They are locally family-owned and supporters of ski racing and our community. Lastly, we'd like to thank our event partner, Jack Wolfskin. You can see their race banners, and they have discounts posted on their premium winter gear. Thanks again to our primary event sponsors. Thanks to our other sponsors, as well as the athletes, parents, volunteers, and members of our ski racing community. Thanks for attending. We're about to get back underway.
Sorry. Legends to come across in the next.
Mm-hmm. And you'll start with 25, just for.
All right, and with that gate repair, Cole Comtois is on course, our second forerunner.
Let's see if we got this one.
Cole's from Steamboat, right?
4323.
Cole hails from Steamboat Springs, which coincidentally is one of our gold annual support partners.
25 in, right? We're gonna wait till our forerunners.
Cole is coming down the pitch, making that right turn into the traverse, left foot into the basketball turn, right footer as he approaches the flats. He's passing the timing shack back into his tuck and approaching the finish. When Cole finishes, we're probably going to have a quick break before they send the first athlete out.
5240.
Our first athlete in the gate is Ben Shromsky out of Grand Traverse Ski Club, wearing bib 25.
That second forerunner, please.
Ben had a first run of 47.97, finishing in 30th place, thus the first start on the flip.
I mean, copy. Okay. That one's right on.
And Ben is on course.
25 on, 23 in. And if I could get a hand time, please, on that first racer. Yeah, I did not.
Or I can do it.
Ben has fit the first interval at 19.48 seconds, coming down the pitch and across the traverse.
I'm sorry.
Heading into the basketball turn. Let's see what his speed is.
Came out going 59.
59 miles an hour. Cheer on Ben as he makes this left footer. Headed down towards the finish. Great job, Ben. Our second racer, Isaac Shapiro, also out of Grand Traverse, is on course. Ben has finished with a time of 47.89 and a total combined time of 1 minute 35.86. Isaac Shapiro is through our interval at 19.36.
You get a hand time at the finish or the first race?
He's across the traverse and through the basketball turn.
55 came out going 60.
61 miles an hour. Give it up for Isaac as he gets into that tuck, tries to make himself aerodynamic, heading towards the Willem Bradford out of Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club is on course, wearing bib 56. Isaac finishes with a time of 47.17 and a combined time of 1:34.93. He is our current leader. Willem Bradford has a time of 19.9 coming through the split, over the jump, down the pitch, hard right footer onto the traverse, heading towards that left-footed basketball turn.
Came out going 59.
59 miles an hour, trying to maintain that tuck and aerodynamic, picking a good line. Made it smoothly past the start shack or timing shack, headed towards the finish. Carson Simpson from Afton is on course, wearing bib 15. A finish from Willem Bradford with a time of 48.28, a total time of 1:35.98. Carson passes through the split over the jump, down the pitch. He's got a split time of 19.5 seconds. He's making a hard right footer across the reverse, left footer through the basketball turn, making the right footer into the flats, past the timing shack, back into his tuck, headed towards the finish. And Carson finishes with a time of 46.89, a total combined time of 1:34.43, sitting in first by about a half a second. We're on a slight course hold here as we have Ski Patrol crossing. And while we're on a hold, we'd like to shout out to our gold annual support partners, City of Steamboat Springs, Deer Park Road, Native Excavating, Smartwool, Steamboat Radio, Twin Enviro Services, Steamboat Ski and Resort Corporation, UC Health, Steamboat Orthopedic and Spine Institute, Yampa Valley Bank, and Steamboat Sotheby's International Realty. Thank you to our sponsors. Again, our main event sponsor is Steamboat Mountain School.
He's doing a great job of
Zoom, Lachlan Brady out of Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club is in the gate. He'll be starting on the next interval wearing bib 55, and he is on course.
Yeah, 55 on course.
50 in.
And he's through the split with a time of 19.79. Coming down the pitch, makes a tight right footer, slides a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, Cardinal will be announcing tomorrow night.
60.
He had a top speed of 60 miles an hour. A little bumpy here in the bottom, back into his tuck, headed towards the finish. Our next racer, Dominic Smith, wearing bib 50 from Aspen Valley Ski Club, is on course. Lachlan Brady finishes with a time of 48.08 with a combined time of 1:35.54, currently sitting in third. Our race leader is Carson Simpson out of Afton.
You have 9 in the
Dominic hits the split with the second fastest time of 19.39. He's coming across the traverse into the basketball turn. There's a hard right footer.
One came out going 56.
56 mile an hour top speed. He's trying to hold it together. Hard left footer into the flats, into his tuck. Samuel Dalen out of Grand Lakes is on course wearing bib 9.
You're very enthusiastic about who's in the gate. I bet it makes them.
Dominic finishes with a time of 48.09, a combined time of 1:35.41, currently third.
Yeah.
Samuel Dalen hits the split at 19.68 seconds, fifth fastest so far, down the pitch and across the traverse. Into the basketball turn.
53 came out going 61.
61 mile an hour top speed. Into the left footer, approaching the flats. Back into his tuck. Good aerodynamic position, approaching the finish. Caleb Lewandowski from Grand Traverse is on course, wearing bib 13.
13 on. Nice.
Samuel Dalen finishes with a time of 47:39, sitting at second with an overall time of 1:34:59. Caleb's got an intermediate time of 19.53, fifth fastest. Down the pitch, hard right footer onto the traverse, approaching the basketball turn.
Came in north 55, came out going 60.
60 mile an hour top speed, hard left footer, little choppy, skis it clean into his tuck, approaching the finish. Eli Heathman out of the central region, wearing bib 19. Representing Marquette Mountain is on course. Caleb Lewandowski finishes with a time of 47.28. 1:34:42, our new race leader. Eli Heathman has the fastest split up on top, just made the jump, onto the pitch. Hard right footer onto the traverse. He's carrying some good speed into the basketball turn.
Came in going 53, came out going 62.
62 mile an hour top speed. Cheer him on as he races towards the finish into his tuck.
I prefer to get him off the hill, so just...
Rick Shea, wearing bib 40 from Ski Club Vale, is now on course. Have a finish from Eli Heathman with a time of 47.08. Bumps into first place with an overall time of 1:34:08. And Rick Shea has an intermediate time of 19.65 for Ski Club Vale. Arcs a nice right footer onto the traverse, approaching the basketball turn.
Came in going 55, came out going 61.
61 miles an hour, nice and smooth. Little bumpy here, stays in his tuck all the way through. He's going to have a good finish time. Seth Montgomery from Team Summit on course. Ricky Shea finishes with a time of 47.17, bumping into first place with its overall time of 1:33:96.
44 on, 48 in.
Seth Montgomery is through the intermediate with a time of 19.55, coming down the pitch. Left foot, right foot, entering the traverse, approaching the basketball turn. Let's see how fast he's going.
Came in going...
Entered at 57, top speed of 63 miles an hour, strong tuck approaching the finish. Drew Klubine out of Ski Club Vale, wearing bib 48, is on course. Seth Montgomery finishes with a time, fastest so far in this run, of 46.54. Our new leader at 1:33:30. Bluebines through the first interval at 19.44, fourth fastest. Arcing a left and a right across the traverse into the basketball turn, staying low in a tuck.
Came in going 57, came out...
61 miles an hour for Klubine. Left footer, nice tight line, staying in a tuck, racing towards the finish. Leo DeMars from 4 Degrees Ski Team on course. Klubine finishes with a time of 46.90, an overall time of 1:33:64 in second place. Seth Montgomery, our leader, ahead by 0.34.
1 in, right?
DeMars is approaching our interval, crosses with a time of 19.07, our fastest time yet. Tight turn, right footer, across the traverse, getting a little bit low, trying to maintain his tuck. Quick left footer around that basketball turn, right footer.
51, came out going 63.
63 mile an hour top speed. Neon green helmet flying by, taking out gates, approaching the finish. Leo has a finish time of 46.84, bumping into second place with an overall time of 1:33:50. Our race leader is Seth Montgomery out of Team Summit with a time of 1:33.30, leading by 0.2 of a second.
Copy.
Resuming, Kyan Hopke from Buck Hill is through our first interval, heading down the pitch. He had a split time of 19.05, our fastest. He's looking good and smooth.
Came in going 57, came out going 62.
62 mile an hour top speed, trying to maintain that tuck, getting a little rough there and wide. He's banging gates, headed down towards the finish. Calvin Schaffler from Ski Club Vale, wearing bib 26, is out of the start gate. Kyan Hopke finishes with a time of 46.83, a total time of 1:33.48 in second place. Seth Montgomery maintains his slight lead, sitting in first. Schaffler hits the split at 19.62. Coming down the pitch, left footer, right footer, across the traverse, heading towards the basketball turn.
Came in going 54, came out going
60 mile an hour top speed, right footer in front of the timing shack here. Left footer getting a little rough and loose, back into his tuck, fighting for those seconds. TJ Sondleski, wearing bib 5, out of Granite Peak, is on course. Calvin Schaffler finishes with a time of 47.02, sitting in fourth with an overall time of 1:33.58.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm just letting you know because I would want to know if it was my kid.
TJ hits the interval, 19.2, third fastest so far, makes the jump. Right footer into the traverse, heading towards the basketball turn.
Came in going
61 mile an hour top speed, trying to stay aerodynamic, fighting for those turns, staying on edge, getting them flat into the tuck, headed towards the finish. Oliver Kohlberger, wearing bib 34, is on course from Ski Club Vale. TJ Sondleski finishes with a time of 46.58, jumping into first place with an overall time of 1:33.09.
Prepositions. They are problematic for me this late in the day.
Oh, parts of speech? Problematic any time of day.
No, it's like who's in and who's on.
Kohlberger is across the traverse. Nice turn on the basketball.
54, came out going 63.
63 mile an hour top speed. He's maintaining his tuck, trying to stay low and aerodynamic, heading towards the finish. Caspian Trone out of Steamboat Springs is on course, wearing bib 32. Kohlberger finishes with 0.78, sitting in second with an overall time of 1:33.26.
GPK is in first.
Caspian has a time on our split of 19.5 seconds. Heading down the pitch, nice right foot turn across the traverse. Left turn here at the basketball.
Came in going 57,
Came in at 57, out at 62 miles an hour, maintaining a nice low compact tuck, headed towards the finish. Fletcher Hutto out of Aspen Valley Ski Club is on course, wearing bib 30.
30 on.
Caspian finishes with a time of 46.40, our fastest run, with an overall time of 1:32.77, sitting in first. Fletcher hits the split at 19.33, our fifth fastest. Nice tight left turn, right turn onto the traverse.
55.
62 miles an hour as he heads towards the flats, trying to stay low, fighting for those seconds. Hayden Burns out of Afton, wearing bib 3, is on course. We have a finish for Fletcher Hutto, 46.34, fastest second run so far, sitting in first with a time of 1:32.68. Nearly a second faster than Caspian. Caden has a time of 19.39 through the split, heading down the pitch. Right footer here into the traverse. Left footer on the basketball, staying low, getting a little late.
7 came out going 6.
65 miles an hour, no wonder he was a little low. He's getting really, really tight on his tuck, headed towards the finish. This is going to be a fast time. Fletcher finishes with a time of 46.25, our fastest so far. 1:32.46, sitting in first place. Soteri Tosimus from Loveland Ski Club is on course wearing bib 36. He's approaching the jump and our split time. He's got a split of 19.43 coming down the pitch. Smooth turn, bleeding a little speed there, coming across into the basketball turn.
Coming in at 54, coming out at 60.
60 mile an hour top speed. Got himself a little bit late. He's trying to catch up here, getting into a low tuck, headed towards the finish. Oliver Helen from Ski Club Vale on course wearing bib 20. Soteri finishes with a time of 47.02, overall time of 1:33.09, sitting in fourth. Oliver Helen hits the split at 19.17, currently third in that time. Across the traverse, heading into that left-footed basketball turn.
Coming in at 56, coming out at 60.
61 mile an hour top speed as he heads towards the flats. Getting a little bumpy down here. Back into his tuck, headed towards the finish. Banks Biffle wearing bib 53 from Ski Club Vale is on course. Oliver Helen finishes with a time of 46.5. Currently sitting in first with an overall time of 1:32.42.
Oh, 52.
Really? Why?
Banks Biffle with a time of 19.25 through the split.
Yeah.
Over the jump, down the pitch.
Oh,
Hard right footer, a little wide, got himself a little low.
Carl Malone, yeah.
Coming in at 53, coming
61 mile an hour top speed.
Stop. Did you hear that?
Making that left footer, staying into a low tuck, trying to maintain that speed through the finish. And Banks finishes with a time of 46.57, sitting in second place with a time of 1:32.46.
It's a lot of weight.
We're on a slight hold. Our leader thus far, bib 20, Oliver Helen at a Ski Club Vale with an overall time of 1:32.42, 4/100th of a second
Okay. Well, where do
over
we
Banks
go
Biffle,
west?
also from Ski Club Vale.
7 in the top 10 to go.
Correction, we have a tie for second. Caden Burns and Banks Biffle have an identical time of 1:32.46, 4/100ths back. While we're on a slight course hold, we'd like to thank again Steamboat Mountain School for being our presenting sponsor of the U16 Rocky Central Alpine Championships.
Helmet for?
Okay, folks, we have Miko Lewis from Ski and Snowboard Club Vale wearing bib 18 in the start. After a slight hold, we're about to resume racing. Miko had the 7th fastest time of the first run. Our current leader is Oliver Helen, his teammate at Ski and Snowboard Club Vale, an overall combined time of 1:32.42.
Yep, on your call.
In second place, we have a tie between Caden Burns and Banks Biffle. 4 100ths back.
Yeah, go ahead. Are you in below the third house? You below the third house?
18 on.
And Miko Lewis is on course.
Guys on patrol coming up. No one coming down from Heavenly.
Miko's approaching our first interval in the jump here. He's over the jump and onto the pitch. He's got an interval split time of 19.18, 4th fastest in that section. He's coming across the traverse, heading towards that left-footed basketball turn.
Coming out at 61.
He hit a top speed of 61 miles an hour, trying to maintain that speed. Left foot into the tuck, headed towards the finish. From Ski Club Vale, bib 22 is on course. Have a finish from Miko Lewis with a time of 46.37. Jumping into first with an overall time of 1:32.19. Nicholas is through our split, down onto the pitch. He's got a time of 19.13 through that interval, 3rd fastest of the day. Coming across the traverse, through the basketball turn, getting a little bit low. Pinches his left footer and hits the gate. Cameron Beauregard from Steamboat Springs is on course wearing bib 24. Nicholas Quintaro finishes with a time of 46.14, our fastest run so far in the second. He's got an overall time of 1:31.68 and jumps into first place by half a second. Cameron Beauregard hits the interval 19.23 coming down the pitch. Right footer into the traverse, approaches the basketball turn.
Coming at 57,
63 miles an hour. He's carrying some speed here. Left foot getting a little bumpy, staying in a tight tuck. Green helmet flashing by towards the finish. His brother Adrian is now on course out of Steamboat Springs wearing bib 6. Cameron finishes with a time of 46.03. Fastest run, second shot, jumps into first place, 1:31.50. Adrian hits the split, fastest time, 18.84. Coming down the pitch, nice smooth right foot turn headed into the traverse. Takes that basketball turn like a pro.
62.
62 miles an hour, carrying speed, trying to maintain, getting low, putting him on edge, back on the flat, headed towards the finish. And Adrian finishes with a time of 45.20. Jumps into first place with an overall time of 1:30.64. He is our current race leader. Curtis Zaney, also out of Steamboat Springs, is on course, wearing bib 16. Curtis is coming down the pitch. Left foot, right foot, across the traverse, heading towards the basketball turn. Carrying some good speed.
Coming out at 63.
63 miles an hour. Cheer him on as he heads towards the finish, maintaining that tuck. Nico Luning out of Team Summit, wearing bib number 8, is now on course. Curtis Zaney finishes with a time of 45.54. Jumping into second place, 2/10 behind. Overall time of 1:30.84. Our race leader is Adrian Beauregard. Nico Luning hits the split at 19.15, 5th fastest. coming down the pitch, making smooth turns into the traverse. Approaching the basketball turn.
58, coming out at 60.
66 miles an hour. Trying to maintain that speed. He goes, no, he's there. He's going on to the finish. Little loose past the timing shack, but maintained his edge. Jevin Palmquist at a team summit wearing bib 4 is on course. We have a finish for Nico Luning, 45.19, fastest run of the afternoon. Jumps into first place at 1 minute 30 seconds even. Jevin Palmquist through the intermediate at 19.17, coming down, making tight turns across the traverse into the basketball turn.
Coming in at 54, coming out at 60.
63 miles an hour. Fighting hard into the flats, approaching the finish. Asher Paul from Nubs Knob, wearing bib 21, is on course. Jevin finishes with a time of 45.35. Third fastest in second place at 130.11. 11 100ths behind our leader. Asher hits the split at 19.77. Coming across the traverse, approaching the basketball turn.
Coming in at 54, coming out at 60.
60 mile an hour top speed.
Yeah, he was fine.
Little slip there, but maintains back into his tuck. Jaden Scheel out of Aspen Valley Ski Club is on course. Asher Paul finishes with a time of 47.78. Overall time, 135.91. Jaden has a split time of 20.46 seconds. Down the pitch, right turn here across the traverse. Left footer on the basketball, getting low.
Coming out at 59.
59 mile an hour top speed, fighting for every second in a low tuck. Enzo Napoli from Ski Club Vale, wearing bib 53, is on course. Jaden Scheel finishes with a time of 48.63. Overall time of 136.82. Napoli comes over the jump, has a split time of 20.15. Nice right foot turn here across the traverse. Big left foot basketball turn.
Coming in at 50, coming out.
59 miles an hour on his top speed. Left foot onto the base of his skis, headed towards the finish. Cade Lawton from Steamboat Springs, wearing bib 57, is on course. Enzo Napoli finishes with a time of 48.49.
It's not any of our time.
136.78 overall for Enzo.
He's going pretty slow. Copy, I'll keep an eye out.
Cade Lawton has an interval split of 19.99. Down the pitch, right foot turn here onto the traverse. Left footer on the basketball turn.
Coming in at 57, coming out at 60.
61 miles an hour top speed. He's fighting it. Little bumpy through here, maintains his tuck. Staying low, aerodynamic. Tate Wilker from Team Gilboa is on course, wearing bib 43. Cade Lawton finishes with a time of 48.46. Overall, combined time of 136.77. Tate Wilker has a split time of 20.28. Making that right footer onto the traverse. In his tuck, headed in. Oh, he got late.
57, coming out.
60 miles an hour. He's carrying some speed. Fighting for it. Back into his tuck. Braden Galloway out of Nubs Knob wearing 27 is on course.
4-7.
Tate Wilker finishes with a time of 48.45. Combined time of 136.80.
Copy, I'm keeping an eye over on the definitely keeping aware.
Braden has a split of 19.47. Heading into the traverse, approaching the basketball turn. Nice tight line.
53, coming out at 59.
59 mile an hour top speed. He's fighting. On to his bases. Cheer him on as he heads home. Ford Stone out of Buck Hill is on course.
37.
Braden Galloway finishes with a time of 47.95. An overall combined time of 136.32.
37.
Stone hits the split at 19.81. Ford is coming down the pitch. Hard right footer. Nice and smooth, low tuck. Approaching the basketball turn.
54, coming out at 58.
Good tight line. Pinches that right footer into the left, a little choppy here. He maintains. Back on his bases, into a tuck, headed towards the finish.
35 on course, 37 is a due north start.
Eric Carlson out of Duluth wearing bib 35 is on course. Ford Stone finishes with a 48.1 overall combined time of 136.50. Eric Carlson hits our split at 19.8. Headed down the pitch. Big right foot here. Nice high line. Headed into the basketball turn. Rounds it out. Gets a little bit low.
51, coming out at 58.
58 miles an hour. Trying to maintain his balance.
Big and round.
Drives back into that tuck. Headed towards the finish. Cullen Sackman out of the Central Region wearing bib 45 is on course. Eric Carlson finishes with a time of 48.75. An overall combined time of 137.37. Cullen's approaching our split and the jump. Makes it over the jump and the split. Coming down, left footer, right footer, has a split time of 20.05. Makes it across the traverse, heading into the basketball turn.
Coming in at 52,
Nice
coming
tight
out at
line.
57.
57 miles an hour top speed. He's fighting to maintain aerodynamics. Back into his tuck, getting low, approaching the finish. Austin Steiner out of the Central Region wearing bib 29 is on course. Cullen Sackman has a finish of 49.08. 137.82 combined. Austin makes a split, catches some air, makes a hard right foot turn, left foot, right foot on to the traverse. Has a split of 19.9.
Coming in at 57, coming out at 62.
62 mile an hour top speed. Making this left footer through the chunder. On the skis, in the tuck, towards the finish. August Helen out of Ski Club Vale is on course. Austin Steiner finishes with a time of 48.15, overall 137.14. August Helen is wearing bib 58, approaching our split. August has a split time of 19.69, coming down the pitch, getting a little bit low, pinches that left footer, hard right footer, throwing up some snow across the traverse, into the basketball turn.
Coming in at 52, coming out at 50.
57 mile top speed, skids a little bit on the right footer. Makes that left footer look easy. Back onto his bases, into the tuck, approaching the finish. Bennett Lavander from Afton, wearing bib 49, is on course. August Helen finishes with a time of 49.02. Combined time of 138.07.
Just two?
49.
Bennett Lavander hits the interval at 20.01, heading down the face. Left foot, right foot, across the traverse. trying to maintain his momentum and speed. Big basketball turn here. Just the right turn. Left foot. Top speed of 57 miles an hour. Back into his tuck, approaching the finish. Jack Scheidemann out of Team Gilboa wearing bib 51 is on course. Bennett Levander finishes 49.36. Combined time 1:38.77. Scheidemann's approaching our interval. He's got a split of 19.89, carrying some good speed over that jump.
Oh,
And he's out.
54 at the start.
Scheidemann will not finish.
Now need some BNet fix on the pitch below the right footer.
While we're on a slight course hold, we'd like to thank our gold annual support partners.
Yeah, you'll need
The City of Steamboat Springs, Deer Park Road, Native Excavating, Smart Wool, Steamboat Radio, Twin Enviro Services, Steamboat Ski and Resort Corporation, UC Health, Steamboat Orthopedic and Spine Institute, Yampa Valley Bank, and Steamboat Sotheby's International Realty. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors in this U.S. Ski and Snowboard Rocky Central U16 Alpine Championships, presented by our headlining sponsor, Steamboat Mountain School. Our downhill event sponsor for the day is Gondola Pub and Grill, and our podium sponsor is Jack Wolfskin.
2 racers at the start.
54,
Okay,
on
folks,
your call.
we have Sawyer Johnson from Ski Club Vale in the gate wearing bib 54. After that slight delay, little B-net repair, Sawyer is okay. Excuse me, our racer's okay. Sawyer is on course. Sawyer at a first run time of 49.85. And Sawyer's through our interval with a time of 19.57. Coming down the pitch, left foot, right foot. Bled some speed there, got a little late. Heading across the traverse into the basketball turn. Nice, smooth.
51 came out of 57.
57 miles an hour, arcing these turns, in his tuck, past the timing shack, back on his bases, headed towards the finish. Our final racer, Charlie Bruss, is on course out of Asblick, wearing bib 39. We have a finish for Sawyer Johnson of 48.51, a combined time of 1:38.36. Charlie's at our interval with a time of 20.05, and he is down and sliding.
Uh-oh, we might need a new hand time.
It looks okay. He pops back up,
But he's gone.
and he's skiing out.
Race is complete.
And we have completed the race today. Thank you so much for joining us. Thanks to all the athletes, volunteers.
She can just leave that timing thing
Steamboat Springs Winter Sports Club, our primary event support partner, Steamboat Mountain School,
3725431.
our downhill event sponsor, Gondola Pub and Grill, our podium sponsor this afternoon, Jack Wolfskin.
We'll have fun.
We'd like to thank our gold annual support partners, City of Steamboat Springs, Deer Park Road, Native Excavating, Smart Wool, Steamboat Radio, Steamboat Ski and Resort Corporation, Steamboat Orthopedic and Spine Institute, Steamboat Sotheby's International Realty, Twin Enviro Services, UC Health, and Yampa Valley Bank. A big thanks goes out to all the athletes, all the coaches, all the volunteers.
They went through the finish.
Thanks for making a great first day of our U16 Rocky Central Alpine Championships presented by Steamboat Mountain School. Join us tomorrow for the Super G.
Thank you very much for your expertise on the downhill days.